All right, settle in. Dim those lights if you haven't already. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let yourself sink into whatever you're lying on. We're about to take a trip back in time, far from your cozy modern world of Netflix and delivery apps, to a place that exists mostly in sun-bleached photographs and the kind of legends your great-grandfather might have whispered after too much whiskey. You've probably seen that famous picture of Billy the Kid, right? That grainy, slightly crooked tintype that gets reproduced on everything from coffee mugs to documentaries. Take a moment and really look at it. You see this young man, hell, he's barely more than a boy, with eyes that somehow manage to be both innocent and absolutely terrifying. It's like looking at a baby-faced accountant who also happens to be a serial killer. This single photograph has become our entire understanding of what an outlaw should look like. Historians have used this boyish menace to sell everything from dime novels to Hollywood blockbusters. But tonight, we're going to do something radical. We're going to ignore the marketing department and look at the actual human being. We all know the gunslinger mythology, don't we? The lightning-fast draw, the dramatic escapes, the whole larger-than-life legend that makes for great movie posters. But here's the thing. Who was the actual person behind all that? Who was Henry McCarty before he became a brand? Tonight, we're telling his story in 3 acts, like some twisted Western Shakespeare. Act 1. Billy as a corporate soldier, caught in what was basically a 19th century hostile takeover with bullets. Act 2. Billy the reluctant politician, navigating backroom deals and shifting alliances like some dusty frontier version of House of Cards. And Act 3. Billy the ghost, hunted and untouchable, his legend growing even as his actual life circles the drain. Most history books just slap the outlaw label on him and call it a day. But you're going to see the full picture. The Lincoln County War, the politics, the media machine that turned a kid into a myth. Picture this with me. The quiet creak of leather saddles that haven't seen proper care in months. The smell of dust kicked up by horses who've been ridden too hard for too long. The faint scent of gun oil from weapons that get more attention than their owners' meals. Imagine sitting in a courthouse where the air is thick with tobacco smoke and nervous sweat, where justice moves about as fast as molasses in January. Later, you'll almost feel the warmth of a small fire crackling in the New Mexico desert, fighting back the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and stays there. This isn't some action-packed shootout sequence. This is a slow, thoughtful journey into a past where people died over grocery store disputes and called it war. If you're finding yourself drawn into this quiet dive through history, if these forgotten stories are hitting just right, consider sticking around our little community. A simple like and subscribe helps these tales find their way to other sleepy listeners around the world. And honestly, I'm always curious where you're all tuning in from. Drop a comment and let me know where you are and what time it is there. It never stops amazing me how people are falling asleep to these stories all over the globe. Here's our roadmap for tonight's journey. We'll start in the middle of what was basically a corporate war, where loyalty could be bought and sold like cattle, and blood was just another line item in the accounting. Then we'll uncover the secret correspondence and broken promises that pushed our boy down a much darker path. We'll follow his increasingly desperate escapes, each one tightening the noose around his future, until we reach his inevitable end and witness how his death gave birth to something far more powerful than his life ever was. So now, with our stage quietly set and that haunting photograph beginning to fade in the lamplight, let's step together into a New Mexico that had nothing to do with romantic cowboys or swinging saloon doors. This was a place of meticulously kept ledger books and corporate rivalries that made modern Wall Street look like a church picnic. This is Act 1, where that boy from the photograph becomes a corporate soldier in America's most overlooked business war. You know, when we picture the Wild West, most of us probably imagine dusty main streets with swinging saloon doors and cowboys having dramatic shootouts over honor or stolen horses. But here's the thing. What if I told you that dusty Main Street was basically Wall Street, and those cowboys were less concerned with honor and more with quarterly earnings? Because the New Mexico frontier in the 1870s wasn't just some lawless wasteland where people shot each other for fun. It was, in its own brutal way, an emerging market. And not the fun kind with IPOs and fancy offices. The kind where your business plan might literally get you shot. Think about it for a second. You've got vast stretches of untapped land, the promise of serious money in cattle, mining, and trade. It was a place where you could make a fortune if you were smart, ruthless, or incredibly lucky. And you could lose everything just as fast if you picked the wrong business partners or forgot to hire enough guys with guns. This so-called emerging market had all the classic features of any cutthroat capitalist venture, just with more dust and significantly fewer corporate lawyers. Though arguably, the violence levels were about the same. You had your monopolies, your big players hoarding resources and influence like modern tech giants. You had merchants, credit and debt flowing like unpredictable rivers, and land speculation that could make or break a man faster than a cryptocurrency crash. And of course, there were contracts. Though out here, a contract might be sealed with a handshake, and the implicit understanding that breaking it could result in a bullet. No need for a legal team when you had a decent gunslinger on retainer. This was the basic economic engine that, when pushed to its breaking point, produced what we might charitably call violent protection rackets. Sound familiar? It's basically the same business model as certain modern industries, just with fewer boardrooms and more actual shooting. At the heart of this simmering economic pressure, Cooker was Lincoln County. Now, what historians like to politely call the Lincoln County War of 1878 wasn't some romantic clash between the forces of good and evil. It was a brutal business struggle, a fight over who got to control the economic levers in this particular dusty corner of nowhere. Picture two rival corporations going head-to-head, except instead of hiring expensive lawyers to sue each other into oblivion, they just hired people to shoot each other. More efficient, really, though probably worse for long-term public relations. On one side, you had what we'll generously call the Murphy-Dolan Corporation. These guys were the establishment, the old guard, the ones who'd already carved out their piece of the pie and weren't keen on sharing. They ran mercantile operations, which meant they controlled the flow of goods, food, and supplies. Basically, they were the Amazon of 1870s New Mexico, if Amazon occasionally robbed army supply wagons. They were big in cattle, which was essentially the oil industry of its time. And most crucially, they controlled credit. If you needed to borrow money, buy supplies, or sell your livestock, you probably had to go through them. They were the only game in town, and they very much intended to keep it that way. Their business model wasn't always strictly legal either. Sometimes they dabbled in what we might call grey market activities, like illicit firearms trading and the occasional raid on US Army wagon trains to corner the gun market. So, not exactly what you'd call ethical business practices, but definitely effective at maintaining market dominance. Think of them as the corporate raiders of the frontier, except with actual raiding. Then along came the Disruptors. Led by a guy named John Tunstall and his business partner Alexander McSween, they represented new money, new ideas, and a serious threat to the established order. Tunstall was an English rancher, a newcomer with big ambitions and even bigger plans for shaking up the local economy. He started acquiring land and cattle, which was essentially declaring war on the Murphy-Dolan monopoly. It was like a startup trying to muscle in on an established market, except the established players had guns and weren't afraid to use them. The conflict wasn't just about who got to sell cattle. It was about trading rights, political influence, and who would ultimately control the region's entire economic ecosystem. The social map of Lincoln County was basically drawn along business lines. You were either part of the Murphy-Dolan House of Influence, or you were trying to break their stranglehold on the local economy. And because this was the frontier, where the legal system was about as reliable as a chocolate teapot, these businessmen didn't just hire accountants and clerks. They hired armed men, cowboys, and various tough guys to protect their assets. Sometimes those assets were actual cattle. Other times they were simply their profit margins. So now, as you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, Let yourself drift into that dusty frontier atmosphere. Listen to the gentle whisper of dust settling on old ledger pages, those endless columns of numbers that determined who lived and who died. Watch the phantom ink stains spread across yellowed paper like dark blood, each blotch representing someone's livelihood, someone's future, someone's life. Feel the metallic tang of coins changing hands, the weight of a silver dollar in a world where a dollar meant the difference between eating and starving. This isn't just history, you see. It's the lullaby rhythm of commerce itself, that slow, steady pulse of buying and selling and competing that, when pushed to its limits by greed and desperation, turned absolutely deadly. It was a business dispute, pure and simple, just one that happened to be settled with 6 shooters instead of stockholder meetings. And somewhere in that rough marketplace, where fortunes were made and lost with the speed of a gunshot, a young man named Henry McCarty was about to discover that sometimes finding a job means picking a side in someone else's war. Into this already explosive corporate standoff walks a figure who was basically the complete opposite of everyone else in Lincoln County, John Tunstall. Picture this guy for a second. If he were around today, he'd probably be the kind of tech entrepreneur who shows up to board meetings in designer jeans and talks about disrupting traditional business models. Except instead of jeans, he had a proper English tweed jacket, and instead of a tech company, he had cattle. And a very posh accent that probably made everyone else feel like they were talking to their boss's boss. Tunstall was English-born, which already made him stand out like a sore thumb in the New Mexico territory. He arrived in Lincoln County with one clear mission: to completely mess with the existing monopoly. You know that guy who walks into your local coffee shop and opens up a better one right across the street. That was Tunstall, except with ranching and general stores. And the stakes were significantly higher than your morning caffeine fix. Here's where Tunstall got really clever. The Murphy-Dolan operation had built their entire empire on credit. Need supplies? Sure, they'd give them to you, but then you owed them your soul. It was like getting a store credit card with a 47% interest rate. You'd never actually pay it off, and they liked it that way. You'd be trapped forever, buying overpriced beans and paying through the nose for the privilege. But Tunstall, he showed up with actual cash, real money, no debt, no strings attached, no years of indentured servitude to pay off a bag of flour. It was revolutionary. Imagine if someone opened a cell phone company tomorrow and said, "Hey, no contracts, no hidden fees, just pay for what you use." That's essentially what Tunstall was doing, and it was absolutely devastating to his competition. The man wasn't just disrupting the market, he was building his own empire from scratch, based on the radical concept of treating people fairly. And to build an empire, you need good employees. So he started recruiting local workers, folks who were tired of getting nickel and dimed by the old system, people who wanted to work for someone who didn't consider them property. He also brought in young men. Sometimes they were drifting cowboys looking for steady work. Sometimes they were just kids who needed a square meal and a place to belong. And among these young hands, who quickly became devoted to Tunstall's growing operation, was Henry McCarty, the future Billy the Kid. Think about that for a moment. The most famous outlaw in American history started out as, essentially, a ranch hand for a progressive English businessman. Tunstall was the kind of disruptive entrepreneur who probably kept his clothes cleaner than anyone else in the territory. He likely spoke with an accent that sounded ridiculously fancy to everyone around him. And he had this uncanny ability to spot exactly where the old system was vulnerable and exploit those weaknesses with surgical precision. He offered something completely different: fair wages, cash in hand, and maybe most importantly, loyalty that was earned rather than coerced through debt. His young employees, many of them rough around the edges and used to being treated like garbage, learned an entirely new concept under Tunstall. They discovered that workplace loyalty could actually be mutual. You watch the boss's back because the boss watches yours. It was a novel idea in a place where fairness was about as common as good dental care. So now, as you let your mind drift deeper into this scene, imagine what it was like to be one of those young men. Breathe in that rich, earthy smell of tack oil, that leather conditioning cream that promised movement and purpose and days spent doing meaningful work. Listen for the low, comforting creak of the ranch gate as it swings open at dawn, letting in that cool, crisp desert air that signals the start of another day of honest labor. And then, after a long day of hauling cattle, mending fences, or just dealing with the endless tasks that keep a ranch running, picture the simple, profound comfort of sitting around a fire with a warm bowl of stew. Maybe it's thick with chunks of beef and vegetables. Maybe it's just beans and whatever was handy. But it's hot and filling and you're sharing it with people who've got your back. This wasn't the life of a hardened criminal. This was a place where a young man like Henry McCarty could find something he'd probably never had before. A sense of belonging, purpose, and the taste of what a respectable life might look like under a boss he genuinely respected. It was such a stark contrast to whatever life he'd been living that it fostered a loyalty that would, very soon, completely reshape his destiny. Because sometimes, when someone treats you like a human being for the first time in your life, you'll follow them anywhere, even into a war. Now, if Tunstall was the scrappy tech startup trying to disrupt everything, then Murphy and Dolan were basically the equivalent of Amazon, Google, and your local utility company all rolled into one terrifying package. Picture a monopoly so complete it would make modern corporate giants jealous. They ran what historians politely call an established mercantile syndicate. But let's be honest about what that actually meant. They owned everything. The general store where you bought your flour and beans, the bank where you got your loans, probably half the decent land in the county. And if you needed to buy literally anything, food, supplies, tools, or even just a new pair of boots, you went through them. Period. And here's the kicker. If you didn't have cash on hand, which most people didn't, you had to get credit. From them. At their rates. With their terms. Which basically meant you'd be paying them forever, plus interest, plus your firstborn child's college fund. It was the kind of business model that would make a payday loan company blush. But their real genius wasn't just economic, it was political. See, in a place where the nearest federal authority was about as accessible as customer service at a cable company, local government was literally everything. And Murphy and Dolan had managed to weave themselves into that power structure like a parasite into a host. They had allies who could magically turn into appointments, and they had influence over local deputies and posses. Think of it like a small town, where one family has their relatives in every important position. Cousin Jimmy is the sheriff, Uncle Bob runs the courthouse, and nephew Tyler somehow got appointed to the planning commission despite being functionally illiterate. So how exactly do monopolies maintain their stranglehold in these wild, emerging markets? Well, it's not rocket science, but it is effective. First, you've got economic leverage, the credit system, the supply control, basically owning everything people need to survive. Then there's intimidation, which ranges from subtle social pressure to not so subtle threats about what might happen to people who shop elsewhere. After that, you leverage your legal connections, using your political buddies to twist the barely functional legal system to your advantage. And finally, when all else fails, you hire some muscle. If you challenged their interests, you might wake up to find your cattle had mysteriously wandered off, or your fences had been cut, or worse. The Murphy-Dolan operation wasn't just a business, it was basically a protection racket with better accounting. It's easy to romanticize the Old West as this place where rugged individualists carved out their own destiny through hard work and determination. But in Lincoln County, if you wanted to carve out anything more substantial than a wood shaving, you probably needed Murphy and Dolan's permission first. They used their influence to get their friends elected to office, ensuring that whenever disputes arose, the local law enforcement would lean their way like a drunk trying to find his car keys. This meant that when conflicts erupted, the law wasn't some impartial referee. It was just another weapon in the Murphy-Dolan arsenal. So when John Tunstall showed up with his revolutionary pay cash, treat people fairly business model, he wasn't just opening a competing store. He was essentially declaring war on the entire system. He wasn't just undercutting their prices, though he was definitely doing that too. He was undermining their whole control structure, which was built on keeping people trapped in debt and dependence like some kind of economic quicksand. For an established monopoly, especially one that had spent years building an iron grip over every aspect of the local economy, this kind of disruption wasn't just inconvenient. It was an existential crisis. This wasn't about quarterly earnings or market share. This was about power, control, and who would ultimately decide what prosperity and justice looked like in this dusty corner of nowhere. Tunstall was threatening to rewrite the rules of the game, and Murphy and Dolan had way too much invested in the current rulebook to let that happen without a fight. So, as you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, let your mind drift to the quiet menace of this whole situation. Not the dramatic bang of gunpowder and the clash of steel, but something far more insidious and chilling. Picture an old leather-bound ledger sitting innocuously on a well-polished desk. Its pages are filled with neat, precise handwriting, columns of debts and credits, names and numbers, the mundane mathematics of daily commerce. On the surface, it looks harmless enough. Just bookkeeping. Just business. But now imagine that ledger backed by the full power of corrupt lawmen and hired guns. Those seemingly innocent numbers, those careful entries, they weren't just records. They were weapons. More dangerous than any six-shooter in the hands of a desperate outlaw. They represented a slow, methodical squeeze. A quiet kind of violence that could destroy a man's life just as thoroughly as a bullet, only slower and more completely. The gentle scratch of a pen across paper, the soft rustle of turning pages, the rhythmic ticking of interest accumulating. When backed by that kind of power, even the most peaceful sounds of commerce can become a very dark lullaby indeed. Into this already explosive corporate standoff walks Henry McCarty. He's not yet the legendary Billy the Kid. That brand name is still in development. Right now, he's just a young guy, probably a bit scrappy around the edges, but sharp as a tack, and surprisingly good at the kind of backbreaking work that frontier life demanded. His background wasn't exactly a success story. He'd bounced around with his family, dealt with serious hardship after his mother died, and yeah, he'd gotten into some petty criminal stuff when he was younger. Basically, the kind of resume that would get you rejected from a modern retail job, but somehow made you perfect for 1870s New Mexico. But working for Tunstall was completely different. This wasn't some sketchy operation run out of someone's garage. This was a legitimate business, and more importantly, Tunstall treated his employees like actual human beings, a concept that was apparently revolutionary at the time. McCarty was loyal, quick to learn, and probably for the first time in his life, he found a place where he actually belonged. Tunstall saw something in young McCarty beyond just his ability to wrangle cattle or fix fences. There was a spark there, a certain capability that went way beyond basic ranch hand duties. And McCarty, for his part, found something he'd probably never had before, a mentor, maybe even a father figure, in this English businessman with his fancy accent and fair dealing. This wasn't just a job for McCarty, it became something much more personal. He wasn't just working for a paycheck, he was working for John Tunstall the man. Now, this whole idea of workplace loyalty might sound a bit old-fashioned today, especially in our gig economy, where employee loyalty is about as common as a unicorn with a dental plan. But out on the frontier, loyalty wasn't just some corporate buzzword. It was literally a matter of survival. When you worked for someone who paid you decent wages, who looked you in the eye when he talked to you, and who gave you a real chance to build something meaningful, that loyalty ran deeper than any employee handbook could ever capture. It wasn't something you could buy with a pizza party or a motivational poster. It was something you earned through respect and fair dealing. And when that loyalty was tested, as it was about to be, it became stronger than any legal contract or corporate policy. So picture this young man for a moment. He's not yet the mythical figure, not yet the legend that would outlive everyone who knew him. He's just a loyal employee, a ranch hand whose entire identity has become wrapped up in the company he serves. Every morning, he wakes up to the sharp clang of metal in the stable at dawn, that familiar percussion that signals the start of another day. The smell of horses and fresh hay fills the air, earthy, comforting, the scent of honest work and purpose. He feels the worn leather of the reins in his calloused hands, familiar and responsive, like the steering wheel of a car you've driven for years. Those hands tell a story of hard work, building, mending, roping, riding, not the soft hands of someone who's never done anything more strenuous than type on a keyboard. This was the texture of McCarty's life now, infused with something he'd probably never experienced before, a genuine sense of purpose and belonging that Tunstall had given him. It was like finally finding a job where you didn't spend Sunday night dreading Monday morning. But this personal connection, this deep-seated loyalty that had become such a defining part of who he was, would soon transform into something much more dangerous and uncontrollable. Because when John Tunstall was murdered on February 18th, 1878, it wasn't just another casualty in a business dispute. For McCarty, it was a personal catastrophe. It was an attack on his newfound stability, on his sense of belonging, and a brutal betrayal of the one person who had believed in him when nobody else would. Tunstall's murder was the spark that ignited the Lincoln County War, but for Henry McCarty, it ignited something much more personal, a burning desire for vengeance that would consume everything else in his life. For McCarty and many others, avenging Tunstall's death became the primary motivation for joining the Regulators, a group that formed specifically to retaliate against those responsible. This wasn't just about lawlessness or criminal behavior, it was about personal loyalty and retaliatory justice, concepts that elevated their cause beyond mere gang activity. That murder transformed a dedicated ranch hand into what you might call a corporate soldier, ready to wage war for the memory of his fallen boss. And this loyalty, which had started as something purely personal between an employee and his employer, was now aimed at an entire corrupt system that had taken away the one man who had treated him with dignity and respect. Sometimes the most dangerous employee is the one who genuinely cared about their job. So there you have Henry McCarty, finally feeling like he's found his place in the world, working for someone who actually gives a damn about him. And then everything goes to hell. On February 18th, 1878, John Tunstall gets ambushed and murdered. Just like that. 1 minute he's building his little business empire, the next he's bleeding out in the New Mexico dirt. This wasn't some random frontier violence, the kind of thing that just happened because everyone was armed and tempers ran hot. No, this was calculated. Think of it less like a Wild West shootout and more like a corporate assassination, literally. Tunstall was deliberately targeted in what amounted to a hostile takeover executed with bullets instead of lawyers. He was, to put it in modern terms, permanently removed from the market. The murder wasn't just another incident in a rough territory. It was the spark that blew Lincoln County wide open and turned simmering business tensions into all-out war. The kind of war where people stopped pretending to be civilized and started settling disputes with gunsmoke instead of paperwork. The repercussions were immediate, bloody, and honestly, completely predictable once you understood who was involved and how much money was at stake. Now, let yourself picture the scene for a moment. Feel the cool evening air starting to bite at your skin. You can hear the distant hoot of an owl somewhere in the darkness, the dry whisper of desert brush moving in the wind. Everything's quiet, peaceful even. Then suddenly, crack! A single gunshot shatters the silence like a stone thrown through a window. A life snuffed out in an instant. And in that same instant, somewhere in the darkness, vows are being made. The kind of vows that change everything. You might be wondering about these regulators you've probably heard mentioned. Well, here's the thing. Tunstall's murder turned his employees from ranch hands into something much more dangerous. They transformed overnight from loyal workers punching a time clock into a quasi-legal, self-appointed death squad, sworn to avenge their murdered boss. They called themselves the Regulators, which sounds official and legitimate, but was really just a fancy way of saying angry employees with guns. These guys didn't form up because they suddenly developed a philosophical commitment to frontier justice. They weren't trying to become the local police force or uphold abstract legal principles. They had one very specific, very personal mission: hunt down the people who killed their boss. This wasn't about law and order in any traditional sense. This was about retribution, pure and simple. They were working men who'd found something worth fighting for, and when that something got taken away by corruption and greed, they decided to take matters into their own hands. And here's the really important part. Many of the guys involved in killing Tunstall had direct connections to the Murphy-Dolan faction. Some were actual deputies. Others had ties to the local law enforcement that the House had bought and paid for. So for McCarty and the other regulators, this wasn't just a crime committed by random outlaws. This was the establishment sending a message written in blood. Don't mess with our business model. The sheer audacity of it, the cold, calculated decision to simply eliminate a business rival with a bullet, pushed these men past any point of return. It transformed their loyalty to Tunstall from simple workplace appreciation into a burning need for payback. They were operating outside the law, sure, but their motivation was crystal clear. Make the people responsible pay, and send a message back to the House that this fight was just getting started. Think about it from McCarty's perspective for a second. The one man who'd given him a shot at a decent life, who'd treated him like a human being instead of disposable labor, had just been gunned down by the same corrupt system he'd been trying to escape his whole life. His world didn't just change, it exploded. And the path forward wasn't complicated, even if it was dangerous as hell. He wasn't just some ranch hand anymore. He was a grieving employee whose boss had been assassinated, and he was ready to go to war against the entire machine that thought it could kill with impunity. So just like that, Henry McCarty went from punching a time clock to becoming a corporate soldier, and the next logical step in any good business war is obviously to form your own private security company. Except this wasn't exactly Blackwater with proper insurance and employee handbooks. This was the regulators, which sounds way more official than it actually was. The name regulators does have a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Like they were some kind of government oversight committee, or maybe a financial regulatory agency. But in reality, they were less committee and more angry employees with guns who had a very specific to-do list. Their agenda was pretty straightforward: avenge John Tunstall's murder and make the Murphy-Dolan faction pay for what they'd done. Think of them as the world's first hostile takeover response team. They operated in this weird legal grey area that would make modern corporate lawyers break out in hives. Sometimes they were actually deputized by local officials who opposed Murphy-Dolan, which made them quasi-legitimate law enforcement. Other times, they were branded as a bunch of vigilante thugs who needed to be stopped at all costs. It all depended on whose side you were on, or more accurately, whose campaign contributions were bigger. This constant flip-flopping between being seen as heroes and being hunted as criminals was basically the regulators' daily existence. Their operating principles were refreshingly simple: absolute loyalty to Tunstall's memory and an unwavering commitment to what they called retaliatory justice, which is a fancy way of saying an eye for an eye, but with better PR. These weren't men bound by legal statutes or court procedures. They were bound by personal oaths, the kind you make around campfires and seal with whiskey. And their methodology. Let's just say they favored the direct approach. Their operations focused less on arrests and due process, and more on what you might call immediate problem resolution. The regulators attracted quite a cast of characters, all drawn into this mess for various reasons, but united by their desire to see Tunstall's killers pay. You had Dick Brewer, who basically became the CEO of this revenge company, the de facto captain of what was essentially a corporate death squad. There was Doc Scurlock, another key player who probably had the best nickname in the whole conflict. Charlie Boda stood by Billy through most of the ensuing chaos, proving that workplace loyalty can survive even the most extreme career changes. Then there was Jose Chavez y Chavez, whose presence reminds us that the frontier was way more diverse than Hollywood usually bothers to show us, even when it came to matters of organized violence. And of course, Alexander McSween, Tunstall's business partner, who provided the legal framework and financial backing, essentially the CFO of their revenge operation. Now, here's the thing about historical records from this period. They're about as reliable as your internet connection during a storm. The exact membership of the regulators gets pretty fuzzy around the edges, with different names appearing in different accounts, and some people probably claiming membership they never actually had, while others tried to downplay their involvement once the shooting stopped. The roster was fluid, often contested, and sometimes whispered about, rather than officially recorded. So as you settle deeper into this story, just let that uncertainty wash over you like a gentle wave. We're dealing with memories and legends here, not corporate org charts. These regulators were essentially what happened when Tunstall's employees decided that instead of updating their LinkedIn profiles and looking for new jobs, they'd grab their hunting rifles and form their own private army. Picture the staff of a beloved local business suddenly arming themselves after their boss gets murdered by Walmart. They weren't professional soldiers. Most of them probably couldn't march in formation if their lives depended on it. But they were absolutely willing to fight. The personal oaths they made to avenge Tunstall became the superglue that held this ragtag organization together, even as the violence spiraled completely out of control and pulled them deeper into a conflict that would end up defining the rest of their lives. What started as a simple act of employee loyalty quickly transformed into a full-scale war, with the regulators operating in a legal grey zone that got greyer and greyer with every body that hit the ground. They were, in essence, what remained of Tunstall's business empire, except now they were in the unfortunate, but apparently necessary line of work known as violent retribution. So now, as you let yourself truly relax and drift deeper into this story, picture those regulator campfires flickering in the New Mexico darkness. See the orange flames dancing across the tired, determined faces of these men who'd traded their ranch hand wages for the uncertain pay of professional revenge. Listen to the low murmur of their conversations, serious and hushed, planning their next move or just trying to make sense of how their lives had taken such a dramatic turn. And hear that gentle crackle of burning wood, that soft, rhythmic sound that became the soundtrack to their vendetta, a steady, hypnotic beat under the vast, star-filled sky, counting down the moments until their next violent encounter with destiny. So there you have these regulators, camped out under the New Mexico stars, plotting revenge, and probably wondering how their lives got so complicated. It's a messy, tangled, very local business dispute that happened to involve a lot of guns. But meanwhile, something completely different is happening hundreds of miles away, in places these cowboys probably couldn't even find on a map. In the bustling newspaper offices and publishing houses of New York and Boston, a completely different kind of war was being fought. A war for circulation numbers, advertising revenue, and the ever-elusive attention span of the American public. And in this war, boring reality was the enemy. Enter the newspapers and dime novels, basically the Instagram influencers of the 1880s, only with more ink stains and fewer selfies. These publications were the mass media of their day, and they were hungry, desperately hungry, for content that would sell papers and keep readers coming back for more. Fresh, exciting, preferably violent content was what paid the bills. And these Eastern writers, sitting in their comfortable offices, most of whom had probably never seen anything more dangerous than a particularly aggressive pigeon, absolutely loved a good outlaw story. When they got wind of the escalating violence in Lincoln County, it was like Christmas morning. They immediately started turning everything up to 11. Nuance, complexity, the intricate web of economic pressures and personal loyalties. Forget about it. That stuff doesn't sell papers. What people wanted was simple. Good guys versus bad guys. Cowboys and Indians. Heroes and villains. And if the reality was too complicated for a good headline, well, they'd just have to simplify it. Historical records show that these publications would routinely take actual events and blow them up like a Michael Bay movie, sometimes completely making up entire episodes or giving one person credit for things they had nothing to do with, all in service of creating more gripping stories for their readers. The whole process worked like a very efficient myth-making machine. First, you needed what we might call viral content, simple, memorable stories that could be easily retold, shared, and exaggerated as they spread. Did Billy escape from jail? Great. But one jailbreak is boring. Let's say he escaped from 7 jails. Was he in a shootout? Perfect. But let's make it so he single-handedly took down 15 men while juggling dynamite. They systematically amplified his violent exploits, turning what were probably pretty ordinary frontier incidents, if you can call any gun violence ordinary, into the kind of larger-than-life adventures that would make Marvel executives jealous. Then you pile on the body count. More dead bodies always meant better sales. Never mind if the actual number was much smaller, or if Billy was even directly responsible for half the deaths they attributed to him. The legend had to grow, and it had to grow fast. And finally, this is the masterstroke. You give him a brand name that sticks. Henry McCarty sounds like your accountant, but Billy the Kid, now that's a newspaper seller. That's a character you can build a franchise around, a persona so catchy and memorable that it completely eclipses the real person underneath. The popular press of the 1880s didn't just report on Billy the Kid, they essentially manufactured him from scratch. They created this image of a fearless, almost superhuman outlaw, while the reality of Henry McCarty was much more complicated and, honestly, much more human. But human doesn't sell as many papers. The stories they spun didn't just entertain people on their commute. They literally created a character that would haunt the American imagination for the next century and beyond. Billy became a brand, carefully crafted and focus-tested by market forces. Each headline stripped away a little more of his humanity, making him bloodier, bolder, and progressively less real. The press wanted a simple villain they could package and sell. The frontier, meanwhile, wanted theatre, larger-than-life characters performing dramatic roles in an epic American story. Billy the Kid was the perfect intersection of these demands, a character who could be whatever people needed him to be, as long as it sold newspapers and kept the myth machine churning. Now, as you settle deeper into this story, let yourself imagine a quieter scene, far removed from the gunfire and campfires of New Mexico. Picture someone back east, perhaps in a comfortable parlor or on a swaying train car. Feel the soft rustle of newspapers being unfolded, the pages still slightly damp from the morning dew. You can almost smell that distinctive, slightly metallic scent of fresh ink, mixing with the aroma of coffee, or maybe pipe tobacco. Imagine a lone reader, fanning themselves with a folded newspaper on a warm afternoon, completely absorbed in these wild tales of the American frontier. They're convinced they know everything there is to know about Billy the Kid, never realizing that with each sensational headline, the real Henry McCarty, that young ranch hand who just wanted to avenge his murdered boss, was being buried deeper and deeper under layers of exaggeration, invention, and pure marketing genius. It was a quiet kind of violence, this systematic destruction of a man's actual story in favor of something more sellable. But its effects would prove just as lasting and far-reaching as any bullet fired in anger on the dusty streets of Lincoln County. So, while the newspapers are busy turning young Henry McCarty, this traumatized ranch hand who just wanted justice for his murdered boss, into some kind of bloodthirsty monster called Billy the Kid, the real story takes a completely unexpected turn. Because here's the thing that would absolutely blow the minds of anyone reading those sensational dime novels. Our supposed monster could write letters. And we're not talking about barely legible chicken scratch here. We're talking about articulate, thoughtful correspondence that would put most modern text messages to shame. Welcome to Act 2, The Politician. Plot twist. The real Henry McCarty wasn't some illiterate savage who could barely grunt his own name. While everyone was busy shooting at each other and the violence was spiraling completely out of control, he was quietly engaged in some pretty sophisticated behind-the-scenes negotiations. He was trying to leverage his insider knowledge of the Lincoln County War to basically plea bargain his way out of the whole mess. In other words, he was doing politics, frontier-style wheeling and dealing. Picture this for a second. This young guy, who the Eastern newspapers were portraying as basically one step above a rabid animal, sitting down by the flickering light of a campfire, or maybe a dim oil lamp, carefully writing letters to the governor of New Mexico himself. Not just any governor either. This was Lew Wallace, who would later become famous for writing Ben-Hur. So we're talking about a pretty significant figure here. These weren't desperate, misspelled pleas scrawled on bar napkins. They were detailed accounts of what he'd witnessed, strategic offers of testimony, carefully calculated bargaining chips in what had become a very high-stakes game for his life. Historical records do show that there was real correspondence between Billy and Governor Wallace, and that serious efforts were made regarding potential clemency, though historians still argue about the specifics. The very fact that he was capable of this kind of strategic communication completely demolishes the simple good guy versus bad guy narrative that the press was so invested in selling. It's like finding out that the movie monster can also do your taxes. So the stage gets set for what was basically a secret political summit, a clandestine meeting that could have changed the entire trajectory of American folklore. This happened in March 1879, and it was the kind of backroom deal that would make modern politicians proud. Billy was willing to testify about the murders and the corruption that had fueled this whole bloody mess. In exchange, Governor Wallace promised him a pardon, a clean slate, a chance to start over with a new identity, and maybe finally get some sleep without worrying about bounty hunters. It was an incredibly tempting offer. Imagine being able to delete your browser history, but for your entire life. Billy actually held up his end of the bargain, even though the whole negotiation process was about as reliable as a weather app. There were definitely efforts made to secure that pardon, and his letters played a key role in facilitating those discussions. You'd think that would be the end of the story, right? Deal made, hands shaken, everybody goes home happy. But this is the Wild West we're dealing with, where promises had about the same shelf life as milk left in the sun. The details of what happened next are still fiercely debated by historians today, but one thing is crystal clear: that pardon never materialized the way Billy had been led to expect. Whether it was political pressure, changing circumstances, or just good old-fashioned bureaucratic incompetence, the deal fell through. Billy felt completely betrayed, and honestly, who could blame him? Now, as you let yourself drift deeper into this story, try to picture something that would have been completely unthinkable to anyone reading those sensational newspaper accounts at the time. Instead of a young outlaw with a smoking gun in his hand, imagine him with a pen. Picture the careful scratch of that pen nib across rough paper, each deliberate stroke representing a desperate plea, a carefully worded argument, a fragile hope for a future that seemed to be slipping further away with each passing day. Feel the almost feverish heat emanating from a freshly sealed envelope, heavy with secrets that could either save a life or seal a fate. Then, let your mind settle on a small, flickering candle burning in the midnight darkness, casting dancing shadows across a rough wooden table. An earnest hand, calloused from years of ranch work, carefully signs what might be his last best hope. A plea written with the kind of desperate optimism that only comes when you're truly out of options. And then, that folded paper, so heavy with promise and possibility, slips quietly into a courier's pocket and disappears into the vast, indifferent night. The silence that follows is almost deafening, filled with all the unspoken hopes and ultimately unkept promises. It's a quiet testament to a story far more complex and nuanced than any sensational headline could ever capture. The story of a young man caught somewhere between the power of the written word and the brutal realities of frontier justice, where even the best laid plans can crumble like dust in your hands. So Billy had done everything right, at least by the terms of their deal. He'd risked his neck, spilled his guts to a grand jury, and probably exposed enough corruption in Lincoln County to make a modern whistleblower proud. He'd followed through on every promise he'd made, fully expecting that pardoned Governor Wallace had dangled in front of him like a carrot. The plan was simple: Testify, get pardoned, disappear into the vastness of the American West, maybe start fresh with a new name and a clean slate. It was basically the witness protection program, 1880s style. But here's where things go sideways in the most predictable way possible. This is where the wheels of justice, or more accurately, the gears of political expediency, started grinding Billy up like he was nothing more than paperwork that needed to be processed. Welcome to the courtroom drama of 1881, a period that was basically a perfect storm of political pressure and public demand for someone's head on a platter. The legal proceedings happened in an environment where deals and expectations were shifting faster than a politician's promises during election season. Despite whatever handshake agreements or written assurances Billy thought he had with Governor Wallace, he found himself sitting in a courtroom, facing charges that could literally end his very short life. Try to imagine being in his position for a second. You've played by the rules, well, the rules as they were explained to you anyway. You believed in the system, or at least you believed in the word of the guy supposedly running it. And now you're sitting in a stuffy courtroom that smells like stale wood and fear, watching the very same legal system you'd put your faith in slowly transform into a death trap designed specifically for you. The trial itself wasn't really about finding the truth or delivering justice in any meaningful sense. It was political theatre, pure and simple. The territory needed to prove it could handle its outlaw problem. And Billy the Kid, thanks to all that newspaper sensationalism we talked about earlier, had become the perfect poster child for everything wrong with frontier lawlessness. He was a high-profile target with name recognition, which made him incredibly useful for demonstrating that the new administration meant business about restoring order. The political calculation was brutal in its simplicity. New Mexico territory needed statehood, and statehood required proving they could maintain law and order. Billy had become too famous, too much of a symbol to be quietly pardoned and forgotten. He was worth more to them as an example than as a cooperating witness. And so, in April 1881, Henry McCarty, alias Billy the Kid, was found guilty of murder and sentenced to hang. This verdict came right after his cooperation was supposed to have earned him clemency. It was a betrayal so complete and so brutal that it would make a modern corporate layoff look compassionate by comparison. Historical records definitely show that there were negotiations or understandings about leniency. But when push came to shove, the legal system delivered condemnation and a death sentence instead. Historians still argue about whether this was deliberate malice, political necessity, or just a fundamental misunderstanding about what a frontier deal actually meant in practice. But regardless of the intent behind it, the psychological impact on Billy must have been absolutely devastating. Think about what happens when you trust the system, really trust it, and it turns around and completely screws you over. It doesn't just disappoint you, it shatters your entire belief in the possibility of legitimate recourse. It eliminates any hope that there might be a legal, peaceful way forward. For Billy, who had actually put his faith in the written word of the governor of New Mexico, this public repudiation was more than just a legal setback. It was proof that political solutions were off the table permanently. He was left with only the options he'd always known: run or fight. And since running hadn't worked out so well for him lately, well, you can probably guess which direction his thinking went. Picture the bitter, metallic taste of that realization. All those carefully written letters, all those secret meetings, all that testimony he'd given, it had all been for nothing. Worse than nothing, actually, because now he'd helped them build the very case they were using to justify putting a rope around his neck. The legal system, which he'd briefly imagined might offer him salvation, had revealed itself to be just another weapon in the hands of his enemies. Now, as you settle deeper into sleep, let your mind drift to that quiet, bureaucratic cruelty that's as old as government itself. Picture Billy, still just a young man, not yet the legend, carefully studying a courthouse docket, maybe squinting at the small print that would determine his fate. Smell that distinctive scent of folding paper, still carrying the faint hope that maybe, just maybe, there was still a way out. Feel the slow, inexorable grind of legal machinery turning what had seemed like salvation into an inescapable trap. This kind of betrayal, a political promise transforming into a hangman's noose, is an old, old story. It's the kind of institutional cruelty that's been grinding up individual lives for as long as there have been institutions. So take a deep breath in and let it all out slowly. Remember that you're safe and warm, far removed from those harsh frontier courtrooms where one person's life could be reduced to nothing more than a bargaining chip in someone else's political chess game. Let that knowledge settle over you like a comfortable blanket as you drift away from these old, weary injustices into peaceful sleep. So there he was, Henry McCarty, sentenced to hang, completely screwed over by the very system he'd tried to play ball with. His faith in working within the system was now deader than yesterday's newspaper, leaving him with only one viable career option: becoming a ghost. This brings us to Act 3, where Billy the Kid evolves from a regular human being into something way more elusive and, frankly, way more terrifying. Let's shift our focus to the Lincoln County Courthouse. And when I say courthouse, don't picture some imposing marble temple of justice with fancy columns and intimidating statues. This was frontier architecture at its most practical, basically an adobe and wood building that was designed to keep the rain out and not much else. Up in the attic of this very courthouse, Billy was being held in what passed for a jail. The accommodations were, let's be generous here, substandard. Frontier jails in the 1880s were notoriously insecure and often comically understaffed. We're not talking about some maximum security facility here. Think more like a glorified tool shed with bars, staffed by guys who probably would have struggled to pass a modern mall security screening. For most people, this would be game over. A condemned man just sitting there, waiting for his appointment with the hangman, maybe writing sad letters to his mother. But remember, Billy wasn't your average scared kid facing the gallows. That brutal betrayal by the system had burned away his last vestiges of hope. But it had also forged something much harder in its place. A cold, calculating resolve that was probably more dangerous than any gun he'd ever carried. Trapped in that courthouse jail, waiting for his execution, Billy underwent a completely different kind of transformation. The condemned man became hyper-aware of everything around him, his senses sharpened to an almost supernatural degree. He started reading the guards like they were open books, their footsteps, their habits, the way they held their cards during poker games, their tells when they were lying or nervous. Every unconscious movement, every casual gesture, every tiny detail became a piece of intelligence in what was essentially a one-man spy operation. He catalogued every weakness in that ramshackle jail like he was conducting a security audit. Every creak in the floorboards, every loose bar, every moment when a guard's attention wandered to something more interesting than watching a condemned man sit quietly in his cell. This wasn't some desperate, last-minute plan thrown together in panic. This was methodical, patient reconnaissance work that would have made a modern intelligence agency proud. Billy began noting the exact timing of guard rotations with the precision of someone planning a heist. He'd track when that particular floorboard outside his cell would creak, the same one that creaked at exactly the same time 3 nights running, signaling either a shift change or just someone's bathroom break. He observed how small favors and casual conversations could build just enough trust to make people a little less careful, a little more relaxed, right when you needed them to be. Then, on April 28, 1881, it all came together. Billy the Kid escaped from the Lincoln County Jail, and like most things involving Billy, the exact details are about as clear as mud and twice as contested. Historical accounts vary wildly on whether he had outside help, whether armed accomplices showed up, or whether he somehow managed to disarm a guard and make his break solo. But whatever the specifics, the bottom line was crystal clear. A life that was supposed to end in a noose instead continued, now completely free from any pretense of working within the legal system. Here's what you need to picture. Not some chaotic, improvised jailbreak with people running around screaming and firing guns randomly. What actually happened was far more chilling than that. This was a plan that had been crafted meticulously in the mind of someone who literally had nothing left to lose, and it unfolded with surgical precision. Picture those quiet footsteps, measured and deliberate, echoing softly through the courthouse corridors. That familiar creak, the one he'd been cataloguing for weeks, now becomes his cue, his signal that the moment has arrived. All those hours of careful observation, all that mental mapping of every guard's routine, all those small exchanges designed to build just enough familiarity to create a window of opportunity, it all comes together in one perfectly executed moment. It was a testament to what happens when someone with a naturally calculating mind gets pushed past their breaking point and decides to channel all that intelligence toward a single, focused objective. Billy had learned to turn even his darkest moments into strategic advantages, and his time in that jail had basically been a masterclass in patience and planning. Now, as you let yourself drift deeper into sleep, imagine that perfect hush that settles over the courthouse just moments before the plan kicks into action. It's not a peaceful silence. It's loaded with suppressed energy, heavy with the weight of desperation mixed with ice-cold calculation. As you breathe in and out, let your breathing sync up with the sound of desert wind sweeping across that flat courthouse roof, whistling through the gaps in the adobe like a quiet promise of freedom just waiting to be claimed. A condemned man, cool as iron and twice as hard, transforms into something much more dangerous. A ghost in the night, slipping through the fingers of everyone who thought they had him cornered and helpless. Sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one everyone thinks is already defeated. So by this point, Billy was no longer just Henry McCarty, that traumatized ranch hand seeking justice for his murdered boss. He'd become Billy the Kid, a condemned ghost trapped in what was basically a frontier storage unit with bars, sentenced to die by the very system that had totally screwed him over. But here's the thing about ghosts. They're notoriously hard to contain, and what better way to completely rewrite your narrative than to literally vanish into thin air, right under the noses of the people who think they've got you figured out. This brings us to the Great Jailbreak of April 28th, 1881. The big question that historians still argue about is whether Billy was some kind of criminal mastermind orchestrating an elaborate escape plan, or just a desperate guy making one last Hail Mary play before they put a rope around his neck. The truth, as it usually is with Billy, is probably somewhere in the middle, part genius, part desperation, wrapped up in about 12 layers of conflicting eyewitness accounts and frontier gossip. The exact details of what went down that day are still being debated by historians, like the world's most morbid game of telephone. Multiple contemporary accounts confirm that yes, there was an escape, yes, the jailer definitely got shot, and yes, Billy definitely walked out of there a free man. But when it comes to the specifics, who exactly was involved, what the precise sequence of events was, whether he had help or did it all himself, well, that's where things get fuzzy. Some accounts say armed accomplices showed up to break him out. Others claim Billy single-handedly disarmed his guards in what sounds like something out of an action movie. Whatever actually happened, the bottom line was clear. Billy the Kid had escaped after the jailer was shot. Let's try to reconstruct the scene, keeping in mind that we're working with about as much reliable information as you'd get from a Twitter thread during a natural disaster. The jailer, James Bell, was either being careless or had been lulled into thinking Billy was just quietly accepting his fate. Maybe Billy had been playing the role of the resigned prisoner, making Bell think he was no longer a threat. Whether Billy grabbed Bell's gun during a moment of inattention or had somehow gotten hold of a hidden weapon, a struggle broke out and Bell ended up shot. Then there was the second guard, Bob Ollinger, who apparently had been spending his free time taunting Billy about his upcoming execution. Not the smartest career move, as it turned out. Billy reportedly got his hands on Ollinger's shotgun and shot him from the courthouse window, killing him instantly. It was brutal, efficient, and sent shockwaves through the territory, partly because it was so unexpected, and partly because it proved that Billy was still very much a dangerous man, even when he was supposedly beaten. But here's what's really interesting. This wasn't some chaotic, spur-of-the-moment outburst of violence, at least not in Billy's mind. This was the culmination of everything he'd been planning during those long weeks in captivity. All that careful observation of guard routines, all those mental notes about who was careless when, all those small conversations designed to build just enough familiarity to make people drop their guard at exactly the right moment. It all came together in this one, perfectly timed act of violence. Billy wasn't just escaping from jail, he was putting on a performance. He was deliberately rewriting his identity from condemned criminal waiting to die back to dangerous outlaw who can't be contained. Think about the optics here. A man who was supposed to be helpless, locked up and waiting for execution, manages to kill both his guards and walk out into the night. It's the perfect story for building a legend. Dramatic, unexpected, and just violent enough to make people think twice about underestimating him. The escape didn't just free Billy, it transformed him into something beyond human. He became this almost supernatural figure, a phantom who could slip through any trap, outsmart any lawman, and survive any situation. This single event allowed his legend to completely outgrow the actual person. Every time someone retold the story of the jailbreak, they added another layer to the myth, making him more cunning, more ruthless, more impossible to catch than any real person could ever be. Now, as you let your mind drift deeper into this story, picture the quiet, almost intimate details of that night. The sharp, acrid smell of gunpowder hanging in the air, mixing with the dust and dry wood of that old courthouse. Feel the rough texture of heavy rope coiled in hands that remain absolutely steady, ready for whatever comes next. And then imagine the warm embrace of that New Mexico darkness, wrapping around the fleeing figure like a protective cloak, making him invisible against the vast empty landscape. In that moment, Billy stops being just a man and becomes something more like an idea, a legend literally escaping from the confines of reality and riding off into the pages of history books and dime novels. He's transformed from Henry McCarty, the ranch hand, into Billy the Kid, the ghost who can't be caught, slipping away into the night like smoke through your fingers. So Billy the Kid had managed to pull off what seemed absolutely impossible. He'd become a genuine ghost, slipping out of that courthouse jail and basically evaporating from reality. But here's the thing about being a ghost in the 1880s. Even if you're invisible, you still need to eat, sleep, and find friendly faces. And in the New Mexico territory, where everybody knew everybody else's business, staying invisible was about as sustainable as running a marathon while holding your breath. Which brings us to the final act in this whole tragic drama, the hunt, the run, and what would become the most famous showdown in Wild West history, the ultimate face-off with Pat Garrett. After Billy's spectacular jailbreak in April 1881, he managed to stay on the run for a few months, basically playing an incredibly high-stakes game of hide-and-seek across the New Mexico landscape. He was constantly moving between trusted friends, old associates, and whatever safe houses he could find, people who either still believed in him or at least trusted the system even less than they trusted Billy. For 3 months, he was like a human tumbleweed, rolling from one hiding spot to another, using every trick he'd learned about navigating the brutal geography of the territory. And what geography it was. We're talking about endless stretches of open desert where you could see someone coming from miles away, hidden canyons that could shelter a man or become his tomb, and scattered settlements that were basically just a few buildings clinging to existence in the middle of nowhere. Billy was using every secret trail, every sympathetic soul, every bit of local knowledge he'd accumulated during his years as both ranch hand and outlaw. It was like being on the run in the world's most dangerous and unforgiving hide-and-seek arena. But while Billy was perfecting his disappearing act, Pat Garrett was playing the part of the relentless bloodhound. Garrett wasn't just some random lawman looking to make a name for himself. He was a former buffalo hunter and saloon keeper who'd basically been elected sheriff of Lincoln County on a platform of, "I will personally, bring Billy the Kid to justice. He knew the territory like the back of his hand. He'd actually known Billy personally before all this started, and he was absolutely determined to make good on his campaign promise, even if it meant hunting down someone who'd once been something like a friend. Their fates were completely intertwined at this point, like two characters in a Greek tragedy who were destined to destroy each other. Billy eventually made his way to Fort Sumner, which was this former military post that had been converted into a ranching community. For Billy, it probably felt like the closest thing to safety he could find. Familiar faces, people he trusted, maybe even some who remembered him from before he became a legend. It was the kind of place where a ghost might think he could rest for a while, but that sense of safety turned out to be absolutely fatal. On the night of July 14, 1881, everything came to a head. Billy had gone to Pete Maxwell's house, apparently just looking to get some fresh meat, basically a midnight snack run that would end up making him one of the most famous dead people in American history. He was walking into a darkened room when he encountered Pat Garrett, and what happened next became the stuff of Western legend. Garrett fired his weapon in the darkness. The shot hit Billy square in the chest, killing him instantly. No dramatic last words, no final shootout, no heroic last stand. Just one shot in the dark, and the most famous outlaw in America was dead before he hit the ground. Let's really slow this down and picture those final moments, because they're nothing like what you'd expect from a Hollywood movie. Imagine the quiet house at Fort Sumner, the air still holding the warmth of a summer day, but now cooling as the night settles in around everything. Outside, you can hear the distant, peaceful lowing of cattle, that soft, rhythmic sound that's been the soundtrack of ranch life for centuries. Inside the house, the darkness is complete and absolute, broken maybe by just the faintest sliver of moonlight filtering through a window or door. The only sound is the soft thud of boots on a wooden porch, muffled footsteps of someone who knows where he's going and feels comfortable in his surroundings. Then, there's just a flicker of movement in the shadows, a sudden awareness, the quick, almost silent drawing of a weapon. And then, one single sharp crack that cuts through the night like a knife. A human life extinguished in an instant, in the vast, indifferent darkness of a New Mexico night that probably looked exactly like thousands of other nights, except this one would be remembered forever. It wasn't anything like the dramatic shootouts you see in movies, with lots of shouting and blazing guns and heroic posturing. It was quiet, sudden, and shockingly anticlimactic. July 14th, 1881, Fort Sumner, New Mexico. That's when and where Pat Garrett shot Billy the Kid. The encounter is thoroughly documented and marks the definitive end of Billy's story. He died instantly, probably never even knew what hit him. And just like that, the chase was over. The ghost had finally been caught. Henry McCarty, the ranch hand who'd started this whole journey, was dead. But in that exact same instant, in the flash of gunpowder and the echo of that fatal shot, Billy the Kid became immortal. His actual life had ended abruptly and quietly in a dark room, but his legend was just getting started. Pat Garrett might have pulled the trigger, but he'd also just fired the starting gun for one of the most enduring myths in American folklore. Sometimes killing someone is the surest way to make them live forever. Now, as you let yourself drift off to sleep, let your mind settle on those final, peaceful moments before history changed forever. Feel that cool desert night air, carrying just the faint scent of dust and sage. Listen to those soft, muffled footsteps on the wooden porch. One man looking for food, another looking for justice, or maybe just a bounty. And then that sudden, sharp crack that forever divided the man from the myth. Rest easy, knowing that some stories achieve a kind of immortality that the people who lived them could never have imagined. So Billy the Kid, the actual human being, was dead, one shot in the dark, and Henry McCarty's messy, complicated life was over just like that. But here's the thing, at the exact moment that Pat Garrett's bullet ended the man's story, something else was just getting started. The unstoppable, ever-expanding legend of Billy the Kid. This wasn't the end of anything. It was like watching a person die and then immediately getting resurrected as a brand. Let's take a step back and compare what actually happened to Henry McCarty versus what the public thought happened to Billy the Kid. The real McCarty had a pretty straightforward trajectory. Loyal employee, then angry vigilante, then prisoner, then escapee, and finally, guy who got shot while looking for a midnight snack. It was a life lived mostly in reaction to stuff that kept happening to him, driven by loyalty to people who treated him decently and a desperate search for somewhere he could belong. But the public myth of Billy the Kid, oh man, that was a completely different animal. The legend makers turned him into this remorseless killing machine, a cold-blooded psychopath who supposedly got off on violence and was basically born evil. All those complex motivations, all that context about economic warfare and corporate corruption, forget about it. The story got steamrolled into something much simpler and way more marketable. Good guys versus bad guys, with Billy firmly planted in the villain category. How did this complete makeover happen so fast? It was basically a coordinated effort by the same forces that had been crafting his image while he was still breathing. Newspapers hungry for headlines, dime novelists cranking out entertainment, and even supposedly serious memoirs and biographies that treated facts like a salad bar. Pick and choose whatever looks appetizing, leave the rest. After Billy died, these sensational accounts went absolutely wild. Pat Garrett's own book, The Authentic Life of Billy the Kid, combined with an endless stream of dime novels, amplified the legend while playing hopscotch with the actual historical details. It was like a game of telephone where everyone was deliberately trying to make the story more dramatic. The newspapers, still desperately chasing circulation numbers, had an absolute field day with Billy's death. "Outlaw king slain," they'd scream across their front pages, rarely bothering with inconvenient details like economic disputes or political corruption. These publications had already spent months building up Billy the Kid as this monster, so his death just provided the perfect blood-soaked finale that their readers were craving. Then you had the dime novels, which were basically the pulp fiction of the 1880s, cheap, accessible, and designed purely for entertainment value. These things cranked out story after story that stretched the truth so thin you could see right through it. They invented entire conversations, inflated body counts like they were competing for some kind of violence Olympics, and systematically erased any trace of humanity that might make their villains seem too complicated for easy consumption. The market demanded a simple, compelling narrative, and Remorseless Killer checked all the boxes perfectly. Why deal with messy reality when you could sell people a nice, clean story with obvious good guys and bad guys? But here's where it gets really interesting. Even Pat Garrett, the guy who actually killed Billy, became one of the biggest contributors to this myth-making machine. His book, written with help from a guy named Ash Upson, was published shortly after Billy's death. You'd think the man who pulled the trigger would give you the most accurate account, right? Wrong. Garrett had his own reputation to polish, his own version of events to promote, and probably a healthy appreciation for anything that might earn him some quick cash. Garrett's writings, combined with the sensational press coverage, basically cemented this completely fictional version of Billy into the public consciousness. It was a perfect storm of first-hand claims that might or might not be true, embellishments that definitely weren't true, and outright fabrications designed to sell books. The simple fact was that the real details of Henry McCarty's life were way too messy for the entertainment market. Publishers and readers didn't want some complex, nuanced character dealing with economic injustice and political corruption. They wanted a clear-cut hero story, with Pat Garrett as the good guy and Billy the Kid as the monster who needed to be stopped. The market, it turns out, needed a simple story, and it was more than happy to create one from scratch. So now, as you let yourself sink even deeper into this story, picture these two completely different images. On one hand, you've got the small, dirt-smeared boots of Henry McCarty, scuffed, worn down, covered in the dust of a life spent running from one crisis to another. These were the boots of a young guy who was often desperate, often loyal, but rarely in control of his own fate. And then, on the other hand, imagine the polished, gleaming boots you'd see on the cover of some cheap dime novel. These boots are absolutely perfect, untouched by any actual dirt or hardship, designed to represent some idealized version of a fearsome outlaw who never existed outside of someone's imagination. Listen to the gentle rustle of yellowed pages now, like autumn leaves drifting across an empty street. Hear the soft, crackling sound of a cheap paperback dime novel being read in someone's lap as their train car rocks back and forth across the country. This is how stories travel, how Henry McCarty, the real person with all his complications and contradictions, got slowly but surely overwritten by Billy the Kid, the myth. It's actually a ghost story when you think about it. But this time, the ghost wasn't created by some supernatural force. It was manufactured by writers and publishers who discovered that dead outlaws sell a lot better than live, complicated human beings. So there you have it. You've just watched Henry McCarty, an actual human being with all the messy complications that entails, get completely devoured by Billy the Kid, a marketing creation. But what do these three faces we've explored, the corporate soldier, the politician, and the ghost, actually tell us about the American West, about justice, and maybe even about how we create our heroes and villains today? Let's take a gentle stroll back through our journey together. First, we met Henry McCarty as the corporate soldier, and let's be clear, this wasn't some noble warrior defending his homeland. This was basically a loyal employee who got caught up in what amounted to a hostile corporate takeover with bullets instead of lawyers. His entire world got flipped upside down when John Tunstall was murdered on February 18th, 1878. This whole Lincoln County mess was way less about cowboys and way more about ruthless capitalism, where the so-called war was really just an economic pissing match between the established Murphy-Dolan monopoly and Tunstall's disruptive startup. When the dust settled, or rather, when the blood dried, McCarty and his co-workers formed the Regulators, basically transforming from ranch hands into a private militia seeking justice for their murdered boss. Then came Act 2, which was probably the most surprising plot twist for anyone who'd been reading those sensational dime novels about the remorseless killer. Suddenly we see Henry McCarty with a pen instead of a gun, turning out to be this unexpectedly articulate guy who was trying to negotiate his way out of trouble through the legal system. He was writing letters to Governor Lew Wallace, offering to testify about all the corruption he'd witnessed in exchange for a clean slate. These weren't desperate scribbles. These were sophisticated political negotiations, the kind of backroom dealing that would make modern politicians proud. There's actual documentary evidence of these discussions, even though historians still argue about the details. But here's the kicker. After all that good faith cooperation, the system completely screwed him over, leaving him condemned to hang despite holding up his end of the bargain. And finally, Act 3 gave us the ghost. This was the condemned man who, through pure calculating intelligence, managed to engineer one last act of control over his own destiny. His jail escape on April 28, 1881, wasn't some lucky break or random act of violence. It was a masterpiece of observation and planning, turning what should have been certain death into a temporary victory. He became this phantom figure, slipping through everyone's fingers, living on borrowed time in the New Mexico desert. But even the best ghosts eventually get caught. His death at Pat Garrett's hands on July 14, 1881, at Fort Sumner, was quiet and quick, and it immediately became fuel for the myth-making machine that transformed him from a complicated person into a simple legend. Now, for those of you who are history nerds like me and want to dig deeper into the actual documented stuff behind this story, there's plenty to explore. You can start with the hard facts that anchor this whole narrative, the records confirming John Tunstall's murder on February 18, 1878, which really did happen and really did spark everything that followed. You can investigate the Lincoln County War as an economic conflict between the Murphy-Dolan business empire and Tunstall's competing operation. Dig into how the regulators formed in the aftermath, tracking their actual roles and the real people involved. Look up the various accounts of Billy's dramatic jailbreak on April 28, 1881, and the definitive reports of Pat Garrett shooting Billy on July 14, 1881, at Fort Sumner. Don't forget to explore how dime novels and Eastern newspapers became the ultimate myth-making machine, shaping public opinion way more effectively than any actual facts. And definitely check out the complex story of Lew Wallace and those disputed pardon negotiations that could have changed everything. If you really want to go down the rabbit hole, here are some questions that might keep you busy. Which contemporary newspapers covered what? And how did their headlines differ from each other? What actual letters or documents survived from Henry McCarty to Governor Wallace? How do Pat Garrett's own published accounts stack up against what the newspapers and dime novels were claiming? And who among the regulators left behind memoirs or legal depositions that might clarify who was actually involved and what their real motivations were? Here's the cruel irony that ties it all together. Pat Garrett's bullet killed Henry McCarty, the man, but it was our collective hunger for simple stories and clear-cut villains, fed by newspapers and publishers who knew what sold, that gave birth to Billy the Kid, the immortal legend. One was flesh and blood, struggling with real problems in a complicated world. The other was pure marketing, ink and paper, crafted to satisfy our need for heroes and villains who fit neatly into categories. Now, as you feel your own breathing slow and your eyes grow heavy, let your mind drift back to that small, grainy photograph we started with. That image of Henry McCarty with his haunted, boyish eyes. Picture his breath gradually slowing, becoming quieter and quieter until it stops altogether. And as his breathing fades away, watch that photograph itself begin to dissolve into the comfortable darkness that surrounds you, taking with it the real story of a young man who was probably just trying to find his place in an unforgiving world. If you enjoyed this different kind of Western story, one that's less about gunfights and more about the messy realities behind the legends, I'd really appreciate it if you'd give us a like and hit that subscribe button. It genuinely helps these quieter stories find their way to other curious listeners who might appreciate a more thoughtful take on history. And as always, I'm super curious to hear from you guys. What part of Billy's story surprised you the most? What questions are still rattling around in your head? Drop a comment below and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is there. It never stops amazing me how these old stories manage to find new ears all around the world. Until next time, when we'll probably dive into another forgotten corner of history that's way more complicated than anyone wants to admit, sleep well, and thanks for taking this journey with me.